All right. GM, Martin, do you going to have a simple chat with Cam and get his intro?
Yeah, sure, super. Thanks again, Beatle, for the neat organization. And I think what I like the most is to discover your different musical taste for the intro jingle. I think every time we do it, it's a very different genre, and so I like that one that you made just now, like kind of very chill lounge music. I can totally see myself on a Friday evening with a drink. Unfortunately, it's only Wednesday evening, so we have a bit more work to do to reach the weekend. But thanks again for organizing, and thanks Cam to join us on the early hour for you. I think it's 7 a.m. in the on the West Coast, and for us in Singapore, it's 10 p.m. Must be 11 p.m. for Japanese friends. But hopefully, that's the one time where we can synchronize without having too much of a red eye. So as usual, I'm kind of discovering a little bit at the same time as we do the space who I'm supposed to interview and the crazy innovation that you have done, Cam. But maybe before I dive into what I've understood from you and what you are doing, which is really, really great. And the first thing I notice is that your inspiration from Evangelion gives me a lot of memories and makes me want to re-download all the series and all the movies and in the right order. But tell us a bit about yourself. How long you've been in the US? What have been your journey so far? Are you full time on creator? Do you have a real life job? Just make us understand a little bit who you are.
Yeah, you guys can hear me, right? I'm on an
Yes, very well.
Android phone right now, so I have no idea what I'm doing on this device. It's like so foreign to me, and I have like one AirPod in and a lost AirPod somewhere else. So just making sure you can hear me.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool. A little bit about myself, sure. I think first I work full time as the head of product for an augmented reality company, doing augmented reality activations and digital collectibles for the movie industry. We do it for studios, so that's my full-time job. But on the side, I've sort of carved out some time where I can to explore Web3 and sort of take my skills there and weave them in where I can. I think most of my time is spent with in this CloneX community within Artifact. I think I got into this space because I saw how much potential there was for 3D avatars to be used, one, in augmented reality, just because that's what I was familiar with, but two, also just across all these different game engines that are becoming so popular now. You have Unreal Engine, Unity. To have a project that puts out 3D files the way Artifact did just made so much sense to me. And like, I just saw all the potential to build your online identity around it and put all these technologies to use. So in the space, again, I've sort of just been out here experimenting with technologies and sharing my experiments. That's my contribution. I've lived in LA for the last like 7, 8 years. I went to school here. I traveled recently, moved out for about a year, and then just moved back like a month ago, I think it is now. I've totally lost track of time, but I think it's a month ago. So it's good to be back. It's good to be home. I consider it my home now. But yeah, that's sort of a little bit about me and where I'm at.
Okay, very cool. So maybe the question, because I understand you are quite deep into the Artifact ecosystem, and I also understand from the way you share your experience that you are quite in parallel or aligned with what we have seen from the Artifact team even before the mint, with all that concept of avatars, filters, digital identity. And I think that's one concept that you broad and you dive a lot into, that digital identity. What does it mean for you? How do you define it? I mean, we all have different PFPs. I think they are part of our digital ID, but I think for you, you are kind of like living in the future, maybe that same future that the team at Artifact is envisioning and building alongside the creators. Just curious, where do you feel that digital identity is now? You think it's big enough? You think it's frustrating because it's too slow? I'm just curious to have your take on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think so much of what I do is sort of envisioning the future, and I think just because I have some of the technology skills and background, I'm able to just leap forward a tiny bit into what's going to be possible when some of the tech becomes accessible and when people build the tools for everyone to access it. So digital identity for me right now is having an image that, or an image, or just the character, the person that represents you online, and being able to use that across everything. Like a Twitter PFP is obviously one instance of your digital identity, but then to be able to take that character and use that character in a Twitch stream or in a game or online, having that interoperability, that's what really, really excites me, is to have just like one identity across everywhere. And I think the flat 2D image, you can use that in so many spaces, but for me, the 3D side of it is what's really, really cool, and what technology is just enabling more and more so. So for me, I think I've again, like, sort of just tried to push the boundaries and what you can start to do with your 3D digital identity. And that's been through a lot of game engine stuff. Like I said before, Unity, Unreal, a lot of people doing VTubing, virtual YouTubers. They've been putting these game engines to use. There are people like CodeMiko who uses Unreal Engine, a lot of other people using Unity, but those are the cool tools that are becoming more and more accessible and more user friendly, so that everyone can take their character, stream as their character, create content as their character. All the content creation opportunities, once you get these 3D files, are really cool, because they let you be that character essentially. Real quick, I told Beetle I wanted to just like do a parallel demo of the Twitch stream character in this Unreal Engine environment that a friend of mine built for me. So I'll post a tweet, you guys can check it out, and I'll try to run it simultaneously to this spaces, just so you guys can see like what I mean by 3D characters in environments and streaming, because it's really cool. And shout out to Pending Reality, who I think is in here, who built this tool for me to use.
Is it on the same link, Cam, so I can share it?
Yeah, same link.
Got it. So I'll share it in this chat, and everyone can just tune in to the link and have a look at how Cam is doing the MOCAP thing.
Yeah, I actually have a phone. The reason I'm on an Android is because my phone is doing this like live facial MOCAP using this program called LiveLink. So my iPhone is doing that while my Android is doing Twitter Spaces.
So that's cool, because so I think that was one of the things we wanted to achieve as well with Beetle when we brainstorm about that series of spaces we are doing to showcase creators and just to fuel our own curiosity. Is a Twitter space is basically just a radio chat, and Twitter is quite it's not really 3D, it's 2D as well, and it feels like it's still a little bit hard to do all that integration of, let's say, a platform that helps you to stream, then those filters or tools that help you to have your 3D identity there in full time. What do you feel is the one technology brick that we are still missing, or which is still a little bit further ahead in time, that will allow us to really stream in, stream out super seamlessly with our ID? I mean, clearly, I'm not a very big tech guy. I also have a day job and so on, like everyone. So the amount of time I think I'm able to put into creating that 3D model of myself and putting it in my Zelda, my Twitch, and my so on is limited. Just curious, what do you think now is the biggest blocking point? And is there a tech or a company out there which is kind of close to cracking it?
So I think the biggest barrier to putting your character to use like you want it to is interoperability. Just having a drag and drop solution where you can just take your avatar and use it across the board. The solution to that it's out there, and some people are probably really familiar right now, but it's the VRM file format, which is like a standardized avatar file format that lets you have basically, like I said, have one file that you drag and drop and use on whatever platforms or tools are built around VRM. So I think as this one standardized file format gets adopted and tools are built around it, that's when you'll be able to just take your clone, throw it into the VTubing platform, or throw it into a game built around VRM. You're starting to see it, and that's what this streaming app that I'm Twitch streaming through, it's built so that people can drop their VRM file in and just and use the tool without doing any extra setup. So if people begin to adopt interoperability in that way, there will be just a smoother ramp to using an avatar wherever you want to use it. The second piece of that is making sure that the VRM avatar that you're using is optimized and ready to be used on all these other platforms. And I think the biggest barrier for our community right now for clones is that the facial blend shapes, they're called, that are used to animate the mouth and animate the eyebrows and blinking, those are not really set up very well. So there's some extra work that has to be done in Unity or in Blender to make those look good. So that's the tricky part. There's a little bit of work on both ends. But if you're trying to use your clone for streaming, I would recommend getting a good VRM version of it and then exploring the VRM tools, because once you have this good VRM file, you can access, again, everything built for VRM. So instead of trying to build your own custom solutions like I've been doing in Unity or Unreal, you can use what other people have already built for you, because that's the way mass adoption will happen. So that's what I would recommend, or that's what I think needs to happen.
I think that's maybe one of the, I wouldn't say challenges, but it's also part of the beauty, I would say, of that community of creators that we can find at Artifact. I mean, I think, again, of course, I'm part of that, Artifact holders community, but I don't see a lot of other places where there is such a variety of creators. And I think even the 4 people, including you, that we had the chance to interview, roast, and get more info on, the 4 of you have such different tracks, from custom renders to VR AR to trading card games. Last time when we had a chat with Gacha Ghost, where you can totally envision a kind of like a Magic the Gathering / CloneX version. I'm just curious, how do you see the bridges happening between different creator streams within Artifact? Because now it feels like there is like a few, I would say, streams going deep into one specific use case. I'm just curious if you are kind of like trying to put bridges at some point between the different sub-communities and sub-technologies that everyone seems to be pushing on their end.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the creator ecosystem it's the most exciting piece of being involved with Artifact. I think, like you were saying, it brings in so many diverse creative talents, like whether it's an engineer like me or a music artist like Vega or people doing something in between. There's so much creative talent that really cool things happen once you start building those bridges. And I've been lucky enough to have really good opportunities to connect with some of these people, and I would do whatever you can to build those bridges, because as long as you're curious in this community, you'll run into someone really talented who ideas will just flow. So again, like most of what I get from the space is just connecting with the creators. And to your question about where can we align and what can we do with our talents and how do we build collaboratively, I think it's something that I'm figuring it out. I think I spent a lot of time building in my own lane, just trying to create a pillar that can attract other people, and other people can see it and be like, oh, I can see my stuff fitting in there. I built this AR app, and there are so many people building fashion brands for clones, and like a natural way that aligns is their brands can exist in this app, and it's a place for content creation to happen around using their brands. It's like just utility for a brand that another creator might create. But again, I'm experimenting all over the place. So this stuff like the Twitch streaming, this would be great for any gamers out there or music artists or DJs. There's Tropic, CLXRB. They would be the ones who could put this stuff to use. I'm just I don't want a Twitch stream. I really don't. It's just not for me.
Sometimes you create the stuff for other people to use it. I think
that's sort of my role, and that's why it's been so easy to connect with everyone. So for me, it's just about being a source of solutions to the creators. I think what that ends up looking like will be up to the creatives. I'm not that creative. I'm really just a engineer person.
But that's a very cool handle for your LinkedIn, the source of solutions. I really like this one. But I think that maybe now the Artifact creator ecosystem is ripe enough that there could be a little bit like the Apple WWDC conference, like a moment in the year, real life event dedicated to having all these different developers, creators, enablers that come together to share. Because I think that we all know a little bit at the surface those that are also the most vocal, because maybe they have a easier time on Twitter or on the Discord. But again, every time we are preparing the show, I mean, Beetle is preparing because I'm only the voice, but every time I'm reading the profile of the people we have in the lineup, I'm like, wow, there is this guy or this girl doing this. I had no idea. It's been 2 years I'm in the community, and I'm also, following quite closely the news. But that could be a good idea. So maybe to jump, I think there's 2 questions I wanted to ask you. First, there is that parcel that you received by the post a few days ago, that MOCAP. So I have no shame to say I had no idea what a MOCAP was. So thank you, Google, for helping me on this. And then I saw you putting it up, and it makes sense, especially now you mentioned that you are coming from the movie industry, movie collectibles. So tell us a bit about that piece of device, because I think that's something we have all seen in the making of big movies. It did sound at the time like an expensive stuff. I'm not sure now it's maybe more affordable. Why do you buy it? What is your intention behind? What does it allow you to do that you didn't do before? Just curious, how do you use that new tool? And if you can describe it, because maybe some other people don't know about it.
Yeah, definitely. So motion capture is just a way to capture your movement, capture your motion, and use it in whether it's 3D softwares like game engines, or like you were saying for movies, for animations. It's a way to just simplify animation in a way, human animation. It's not affordable. It's definitely hasn't been affordable in the past, and that's sort of why it's not this tool that everyone has and everyone puts to use. Because if it was, I think everyone would love to have it in their tool set. I've always wanted to explore motion capture, because one, it lets you like control your avatar in real time and really customize the movement and take your movement, take yourself and put it into that 3D avatar. So it's something that I always just try to delve into and see what the latest ways to do it are. The first sort of piece of hardware that I was able to get, that's actually a new piece of hardware that's more consumer facing, is this Sony MOCAP device. One of the pin tweets that Beetle posted sort of has a demo of it, but that's like a new motion capture device that was made lower price entry point, and made specifically for consumers to just get a taste of motion capture. That was a really cool device, but it wasn't necessarily accurate enough to do good looking animations and to do hand tracking, which was the other piece that was really important to me. The hands are so expressive, and this device just didn't provide a solution for that. So I always wanted and like just dreamed of buying a motion capture suit, which is the expensive solution and the higher quality solution to motion capture. There's this brand Rococo, which I think it's probably the easiest entry point to the suit solution. And I irresponsibly just bought one. There was like a $1,000. They're doing some promotion where it's like, oh, we'll give you $1,000 off this
I
smart
think
suit
you can send your expense reports to Taiwan Swag. He's
to
online.
Beetle.
He will
I'll
send you
send it
back.
to Beetle.
He will send you back an egg or two for in compensation. But it's very interesting what you say. So I was watching on Google at the same time you were talking the Sony MOCAP. So it's like 6 small tags that you put on ankle, wrist, head. And I think I like what you said, because coming back to the digital identity and what make one feels that if you see a virtual entity like a 3D clone, what will make you feel it's lively, emotional enough? And you talk about the fingers. I didn't think about that, but how do you capture the motion? Because the face moves, but not as much as the fingers, right? If you want to do hand gesture, finger gesture, that suit that you bought allows you to do that level of granularity of the capture.
So yeah, the suit is a combination of obviously this full body suit that has trackers at the arms, wrist, legs, has trackers all across the suit. And then in combination with that, the thing that allows for the hand tracking is a pair of gloves that you can actually buy separately. Gloves, all these motion capture brands, they sell the gloves, but the gloves themselves are always like just as much as a suit, because hand tracking is so important.
Yes.
So the gloves and the suit you buy separately, or you can buy them individually. And then for the face tracking is actually something that everyone can get started with. It's typically always done through an iPhone using this program called Live Link or Face Capture. The iPhone, that front facing camera on the iPhone is the same one that I use for like the face filters in the AR app. It does a really good job of tracking. It's called like the 52 blend shapes on the face. So all these programs are using the iPhone camera, this face depth camera, to be able to animate the face, and that's the solution that motion capture brands like Rococo are using for their app, and it's also free. So if anyone wanted to get started with like VTubing, streaming, I would just start with the iPhone, start with the camera, and see how to do that face tracking, and then you build from there. That's sort of what I did. Like a year ago, the only thing I had was a camera, so it's just head movement, blinking, mouth movement, and sometimes it's good enough. I think like having the full body, you don't need that if you're doing like gaming streams or certain Twitch streams. So that would be a good start, and that's the accessible start. But it's all those pieces put together: body, gloves, and an iPhone camera. That's like standing in front of me right now.
So the website is really amazing. I'm on rococo.com. I think that's where you bought your suit. I really have a question, more even, I wouldn't say philosophical, but almost spiritual. At what point do you feel that you can live in a little box, a little studio with your MOCAP, and you just order food from Uber, and then you just live your life in a MOCAP suit, and you have all these layers of animations, of clones, 2D, 3D, where you go to work remotely, because anyway, we are all working from our home office now, more or less. It feels like almost like a civilization level change, right? You can really be whoever you want. On the website, they have a series of small videos with the same motion. It's a guy who's kind of like pulling a weight behind himself. And you can see him as an astronaut. You can see him as a Miyazaki-style middle-aged movie. You can see him as a little burger. It's really crazy, right? So how deep in the rabbit hole, and how fast do you fall into the rabbit hole? I guess pretty fast, right?
Yeah, I think like tomorrow you can go live your life as a little burger.
A little baguette.
Yeah, a little baguette. I mean, I think there's, you see the seeds of it being planted. A lot of it has happened. I think VR chat is the popular space where a lot of people are living their lives, their social activity, doing social activity in VR worlds, going to VR nightclubs, and VR chat does a really, like, that community in VR chat does a really good job of building these immersive environments that I think it really feels like Ready Player One or something like that. So there are places where you can do it. In terms of just being everywhere and being mass adopted, I I hope it doesn't happen soon. I still want to go outside and still do things, but I think hardware like the Apple Vision Pro is really making inroads into that world where there's a digital layer over your everyday life. That headset won't be mass adopted. It'll be for developers for the near future. But the fact that it's something that lets you layer content over your world so easily with like pass-through video, and it's something by Apple, like Apple is stepping into the space to create technology that does this. That just means it's going to get there one day or another. So I think I would pay attention and watch what Apple does closely and see how this, like, I'm excited to see how this hardware works, how it feels, and based on that, I think you'll have a better answer of how close we are to digital baguette life.
Yeah, makes sense. So maybe can you tell us where your app fits into that grand scheme of things? So there is this app called Evita, right? Where you help us to play with our files and start to use them in different contexts. I mean, for me, it's great because, again, as much as I know Snap from a business perspective, to my shame, I've never downloaded it, and I'm not sure I will download it until my son is there. So just curious, what's the use of this app? Is it to start to onboard people in the community, to play with their avatar, and to have a first use case of what to do with it? How did you design that, and what's your, I would say, are you happy with the result of that app and what people tell you about it?
Yeah, definitely. That app is about, it's been like a year of working on that app, which is really crazy to think about. But the initial idea behind that app was to build something for myself. I really just wanted to build a tool for myself that let me do more with my digital avatar. I wanted face filters that look good. I wanted to use my clone in AR and see it in the world. So the purpose of the app was just for content creation. It was about creating something that lets you really take advantage of these 3D files that Artifact provided and digital identity, like giving you tools to build content around who you are. So that's what it started as. I think I put it out there because that was my contribution to the community. It was like the one thing I know how to do well is like build AR apps. And I was like, if I can share this with clones, then we can all make better content and we can all be like the shining pinnacle of digital avatars in Web3. So I wanted to just get it to people so they could see what's possible with your clone, with digital identity, and start to create content as a digital avatar. And I was really happy just seeing how much use it got. Like people were doing really fun face filter videos, and then also using some of the world AR stuff to shoot content. There's Will, who does SneakerCon. He was always doing videos with his clone. I think he had his clone with like Soulja Boy or someone. And then Tommy, who always put it to use too. He's putting the filters and the world AR stuff to use. So there's been a lot of use. There's been a lot of onboarding. It sort of grew. It grew way bigger than I ever intended. I think it's at like 200 clones at this point. In terms of where I want to take it, though, I I've spent so much time just like adding new clones and trying to just create something that works that I haven't really thought past that. For me, a lot of it, the whole Avita idea was about, while I'm doing this work to build a tool, I felt like I should build a brand or something that can exist, in this shared the shared world of Artifact, where all the builders should be theoretically building like alongside what Artifact is doing, and we're all creating this world together. So I just wanted to make sure that what I was doing also contributed to something in the future that may be able to exist in this ecosystem, and then also like give my clone a little bit of a backstory. So that was like the third purpose. Is I think the fun thing about having an avatar is you can give it any story you want. It doesn't have to be your own. Storytelling is fun. I think it's like the most fun element of having my character, is like just being able to create a story around it. So it's what I've wanted to get back to. It's just taken a backseat to like development. So hopefully I'll get to spend more time around that, because I built this app where there's 200 users, they all have their clones, and you can technically build a game or build a story in this app, like a mobile game, and tell a story where everyone can be their own character. Like you can play this story, you can be in this story as yourself. And I think that's like a really cool concept. So that's sort of the different branches of what this app was and what it was in my head.
Yeah, I mean, so first, thank you for sharing this the way you did, because I think when we talk about creator economy overall and creator art artifact, sometimes it can sound a little bit abstract, why people do that, why do they spend so much time? And I think the journey you share, whereby first you build tools for yourself, it's always the best, right? Because if you need those tools yourself, there's a good chance that someone will find it useful after you. It's almost the story of AWS with Amazon in a way. And I think after that, what you see with that organic growth of the community, and now having like a few hundred clones on the app, I mean, at the scale of the community we have now of holders, is actually very big. So I find it quite remarkable that you have this. So first, this generosity, because it costs time, it costs effort, it costs maybe some resources as well to put that out there, to maintain it, and I find it really remarkable in a way to understand how a creator can set up, be part of an ecosystem, and then start to seed a second tier, L2 or L3 ecosystem, where you allow people to come on the app, share their stories, enter that kind of like gamification mode. And again, because I know you are probably a fan of Evangelion, you can imagine there's always this topic about doing a IP together, doing an anime together, doing a series together. And I think that what you build is really a way to help people to join that, while Artifact is building like the broader IP out there, the drops and so on. So it's a very interesting way to understand the different layers we have in that ecosystem. And again, I will be sure to download the app as well, and to make my small contribution of putting my avatar there and to play around it. Beetle, did you want to take over and ask a few questions on the app as well? Because I realize I monopolize a little bit the speech now.
Yeah, so I mean, I always have a lot of questions about the Avatar app, right? And but before I throw my questions, I also want to like invite anyone who's down on the stage, if you want to come up and ask Cam any questions about the Avatar app, come and give him feedback on what you hope to see with the Avatar app. Feel free to raise your hands. We'll bring you up on stage to speak. Yeah, but for my questions first, a few thoughts about the app is, first thing is, it's only on iOS and on test flight, right? So
yes.
Are you excluding Android users from it?
I know it's a terrible thing to do, and I hate only building for iOS, because there are so many, like I think there are more Android users out there than iOS users. The only reason that I haven't built it for Android are, one, the face filters. The Android phones don't have the same iPhone front-facing camera to do the better face filters that everyone really likes in the app. So I wouldn't be able to do the face filters. And two, I just haven't had the time. That's the honest answer, is that it's been so hard to just like keep up the one version of the app that I think like a year ago I told Shekinah that I was going to put out the Android version of the app, and it's been a year later and I still have just not been able to find time to even figure out how to do it. So I'm sorry to Android users. To be perfectly honest, I will probably continue to prioritize iOS, just because as this Apple headset stuff starts to roll out, the way the development occurs on my end, if I continue to work solely on iOS, everything ports over really nicely, and it'll just like work on the headset with a couple tweaks. So
Yeah, it's cool.
I think I'll end up being just like, I'll end up gravitating towards like Vision Pro development instead of Android development. Sorry.
For
Sorry,
sure.
everyone.
I mean, there's two
That's
ways
the
around it,
honest
right?
answer.
There's two ways around it. One is that somehow you get funding and you expand the team, and there's someone who's handled for iOS. Or the other way is that whoever wants to use the phone, use the app, go get an iPhone. Yeah.
Everyone should just get a second phone.
So I do have the second question I have, which is quite technical as well, is because I'm using a iPhone XR and I was playing around with it. So
that's an old one, right? That's like
that's the old one.
It's a lower end one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it probably gets really, really hot when you use the app.
The AR, I can't put the clone out on the AR.
Right? In the AR.
So what's the minimum hardware
minimum hardware requirement?
Yeah.
I think it is around iPhone 12 Pro is the minimum. I've really been pushing the limits on some of the stuff, or some of the features in the app, and just like quality of the textures. I wanted everything to look good. Like, I think I care more about things looking good than them being usable, as terrible as that sounds. Like, I just wanted the best looking AR, best looking face filters. So it's not the best approach, but it's been my approach. So that's probably why your iPhone XR crashes every time you try to use it. So yeah, I think iPhone 12 Pro is probably the lower end of the spectrum.
Well, yeah. So if you guys want to,
it's time to upgrade, Beetle. Get a new iPhone.
Yeah, I've been waiting on it for quite a while. It keeps getting newer. I haven't decided on which one I want. So yeah, maybe I'll start with a 12 Pro.
Yeah, I'd go for the 12 Pro. Couldn't even tell you what iPhone we're on right now. I think I also have had my 12 for some time, so it's probably time for me to upgrade also. But yeah, 12 Pro definitely works because it's what I'm rocking with.
Yeah. Okay. So technical questions aside, I think I love how the Avatar app is able to let people create content with their clones, right? But that comes in more, I think it's like a more philosophical or like conceptual challenge, which is that, so when people create art, create products with their clones, for example, if you use a clone to do an IP, so typically there's a big goal they have in mind, that they want to do something or like represent the clone. So what about so my question is, for people who are not artists, who do not need the clone to represent them in that sense, is there any incentive for them to use their clones, or like how would you like encourage them to use their clones in content creation? The reason why I asked this is also because one thing that we want to try to do is like inspire people to try this app, whether it's trying Blender, whether it's trying content creation, we want to give them some ideas on what they can do with it. So what are your thoughts
Gotcha.
behind this?
You know, I would tell them they paid a lot of money for that avatar. They better do something with it. No, I'm just kidding. I would say that the way to get people motivated to use their avatar and do more with their avatar, I mean, I think just dipping their toes in some of the possibilities, like face filters. Face filters are such an easy onboard to trying out something that's really it's yours. You have this character that's the beauty of Web3 and digital identity, is that you for more or less own this avatar and you own this character. So it just makes sense to put it to use where you can. So face filters are a start, and they start to, I guess, shine a light on what's possible in 3D, how much further you can take it. So I would encourage people to just experiment with something small like that, try something, because just like when you take the PFP out of this 2D realm and see the 3D elements of it, see how much work was put into getting these traits looking amazing, and just having all the different angles that you don't see when you look at something on OpenSea, or you just look at the JPEG. There's a lot of beauty, and there's a lot of work put into the whole character, and being able to see those different perspectives is really, I think it's a valuable experience, and I think it helps encourage people to want to do more. Just like see it births new ideas where you can see the ways you can use this character spatially. You can use it for as much as you want to do. I think it's really the beauty and exciting part of having a 3D character is once these tools are available to you, you can do anything with it. You can do anything with your clone. You could use it in whatever way you want to use it. It may not be, it may or may not be smiled up, or it may be frowned upon how you use it sometimes, but you can technically do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, I think, personally, I've been chatting a lot with this. I invited Sunny Side Up to share with us as well, because we've been chatting a lot on how we can leverage on our IPs for our characters, right? So it's not just clone IPs, it's also about your other avatar IPs. But of course, clones open up a whole different realm of possibilities because of the 3D filters and just having the 3D files. And also, obviously, what's coming up is the one that we are all very excited about, Animus. I think us getting the 3D files to that will also be the next level of excitement for at least creators like us, right? So I wanted to invite Sunny Side Up to share with us also some of his ideas on creating content with clones, because he has quite a good experience creating content from different brands and using like avatars and stuff. So yeah, Sunny Side Up, Dirty Matcha, do you want to share with us some ideas on what you think this content creation and monetization could be with clones?
Cool, yeah, thanks Bito, and thanks Chemex also, really inspiring stuff. We actually spoke with another of my Twitter account when I was Dirty Matcha, and I think fun fact, if for those who know me as Dirty Matcha, my Twitter got suspended for doing too much generative art, so this is my agency's Twitter account and profile, for those who already know me. But yeah, thanks Chemex, and I think I saw a lot of potential with this because I think, for a bit of background, the current clone I'm using is being fractionalized right now by this company called Frac. And what I've been trying to do is to help to kind of build the IP and also kind of build this world and brand around this clone. And personally, being I've always done a lot of lifestyle work and luxury brands and travel and stuff, and it's always a huge passion of mine. So like, while I'm not super in tune with the metaverse space in terms of wanting to create spaces, but I do find myself wanting to create lifestyle content, right? I enjoy eating, I enjoy traveling, I enjoy coffee, the pretty basic stuff, that actually girls would like it, or I don't know, or any one of you might like. And I've been trying to think of how to create content around that, and then thus from there, build like a decentralized brand on top of this clone to get people to create content around it when they travel. For example, this clone can be visiting Tokyo to a coffee place and drinking coffee, or he could be into fashion, and potentially we're thinking of ways to monetize this through working with different brands, because I have my own agency and actually I work with a lot of influencers regionally and a lot of media companies. And it feels like our clones here have so much potential, and apes, and all the different PFPs over here. There's so much potential and opportunities for us to actually build IP on top of that and use them as our digital influencers to actually kind of capture some of the value that these influencers are capturing, right? Because humans, after a while, like they tend to follow the same playbook, right? And it feels like, with PFPs and with these fictional worlds that we have, there's so much we can do. So and that's kind of the ideas I have, and I would love to riff off you, Chemex, on your thoughts around like building this kind of IP and what kind of tech enables that.
So I mean, I think I'm really, really inspired by a lot of the virtual influencers that come out of like Japan and Tokyo. They do an amazing job of, like you're saying, creating a virtual, or taking a virtual character, creating a virtual character, and using that, building its IP through different 3D softwares, emerging tech, and then having those brand partnerships where you actually make money with this character. The difficult part is you need to build a character that people care about and people are interested in, and you have to have the tech team to really churn out content and be able to manipulate your character so that you can do whatever it is your real influencer needs to do. And there are some tools out there like my AR app or a VTubing app by Pending Reality or whatever else is out there that's accessible, so that you can do it in a very indie way on your own. But I think if you wanted to do it successfully, you have to assemble a team to be able to do it at the highest quality. But I think like I've been exploring it all as an independent person, just doing the research, because I'm really interested in what you're saying as well. Like, how do I take this identity I have now and set myself up or set someone else up so that we have the full suite of solutions to do the most with the character, whether it's streaming, Blender renders, interactive experiences. So yeah, it's this combination of the tech to do it, the tech that makes the 3D virtual person usable, and then also, I guess, the traditional business side, which I don't have any advice there. Maybe that's the side that you're more familiar with, but I can tell you that having the tech team is really, really important, and having the creative tech talent is what will make something like that successful.
I agree. Thank you. And I think that's something that's lacking on my side, because we do have creatives in-house, but none of that tech capabilities. We do have, I think when Beto spoke about, you Chemex, about monetization, we do have access to big brands, Web3 brands. We have access to lifestyle brands, and we actually brainstorm about potentially working with beauty brands, right, and be the first PFP to work with it. And we spoke about this months ago, and coincidentally, Artifact is working with Shu Uemura, and we thought like there's so many things we can do with that. Like, what if we can plug this to all the brands that I have access to at the founder and C level, and kind of pass some of that to us, and monetize it, build content, right? Because people are always looking for new things.
So I have a question for Sunny Side Up with regards to that. So because you mentioned that they are looking into these avenues of using, like, say, clones for avatar to represent a beauty brand, right? What is it in it for these brands to use a clone, or whether they use any other PFP, as compared to, say, using the traditional model influencers?
I think ultimately, yeah, good questions. I think ultimately what they're looking for is a reach and distribution of the content. So I think the biggest challenge and roadblock to our clones and PFPs over here achieving any kind of critical mass or monetization would be capturing that following first. And it will probably take a while to build that following organically. And as Kamek said also, I think another roadblock to building that following is the uh, sheer amount of resources required to actually deliver the amount of content very often, consistently to attract that following. So I guess it will be probably at least a year or 2 or even 3 years before we can start attracting these brands. Like the influencers I think Camex mentioned about is probably Immigram and all that. A few of them, Leo McKellar. And yeah, they probably took about, I've been following them since before COVID, and took about 3 years for them to gain their current following. So yeah, it's
Yeah, it's a really good question, Beetle. It's like why should you use a clone instead of anything else? And I think a lot of the hope is that the Artifact brand grows and having a character in this Nike attached world is attractive to other brands. But I think right now, in this present moment, we're not at that point. So I think what a lot of people have rightfully done is built around the likeness of their character, and not necessarily the clone, saying it's a clone itself. So I think if you can build around the looks and the likeness and the identity, and not necessarily attach yourself to anything, that might be the most responsible way to approach it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Like this, like for a good number of us, we in a way we don't have a clear idea of like, okay, this will definitely work out, but it's just the excitement of being able to try something innovative and be at the forefront of this. That like kind of excites us to show up and just keep trying and creating content, right? So I think that's something that's common for a lot of creators in the Artifact ecosystem. As we are approaching 11, I'd like to invite anyone who's down the stage. If you want to ask any questions, show your flowers to Cam, please feel free to come up. I've also invited
constructive criticism.
Yeah, criticisms as well.
Get up here.
So I've invited Pending up on stage as well because I know he's
Yes.
helping you with the setup, right? I would love to hear like what the challenges in terms of like setting up this VTubing rigs and especially like different textures that you see, right? Yeah, can you guys share more about that?
I'll just like real quick. Pending is someone that I met just through the Artifact Discord channel. He was someone just sharing info about this VTubing app that he built, and I was just obviously curious because it's so relevant to what I was doing. I ended up messaging him and just hopping on a call, and so much of the stuff that we were talking about aligned. And then in Tokyo, I actually got to meet up with him, and then we just became friends in real life. He took me out for some good times. So that's who Pending is. He built this whole VTubing Unreal Engine solution, and he's got some cool stuff. So yeah.
Thanks for the shout out, man. This is a Pending Reality. I built the client that he was the Unreal Engine build that he was streaming, and yeah, a lot of it originally I was just doing it to basically reverse engineer what Code Miko was doing, but then I saw clones blowing up and everything, and it kind of completely learned about Web3 and interoperability. And it kind of led me down this rabbit hole of what it's turning into now. But as it pertains to the issues with like, rigging avatars, whatnot, I know Regis in here, and a shout out to the Clone Tools team is that, okay, it's really, you can't underestimate the amount of work that actually went into the clone avatars. It's the basis off of the DAZ company that's been working on like procedurally generated avatars using blend shapes for a very, very long time. They've been old school. And so their clones are built on top of that. And now what Clone Tools allows you to do is export that into a file called an interoperable file format called a VRM. My build just loads that in, takes all the beautiful texture, takes all the beautiful rigging from there, and then just loads it in. So you could just drag and drop, and it will just basically load and boot up your iPhone, your Rococo suit, whatever you have, webcam, it doesn't matter, and you can just start streaming. So yeah, that's one thing. Very important point to even allowing my build to function at all using Clone.
So how does it? Okay, so when you guys are talking about live motion capture with the Rococo soup, right? How does that compare? Let's say if I were to record animation,
Right.
live using the Rococo suit versus say if I record the person by itself, like without any suit, and then use Wonder Dynamics to roll it over. How does that compare?
Right. So there's a big difference between what Wonder Dynamics does, right? So Wonder Dynamics is more of an offline authoring process, right? You take your video, you do something in it, you send it to Wonder Dynamics. They do some AI-based editing, and you get your 3D avatar in that video that you took, right? Now, but the thing is, what if you wanted to do it in real time? What if you wanted that to interact with other people on a stream? What if you wanted to take that technology and throw it into a 3D game world where you can motion capture, V2, play, and role play all at the same time, right? Because that's where the future is headed. But Wonder Dynamics and a lot of this offline stuff is like you have to send the file, wait for it, get back a video. And if you're a video editor, that's fine. But I feel like the big thing with all of the tools that are getting easier to use now is the biggest hurdle for people to be creative is the creative tools that have existed up until now. You have to learn it. You have to read tutorials. You have to do all this stuff just to make something that looks cool. But the whole idea with building this Bunshin terminal build and stuff was basically to say, you don't need to figure all that stuff out. I spent a year and a half figuring out this and bashing my head against the wall. Just bring your clone from Clone Tools, export as a VRM. Maybe there's a little tweaks involved, but throw it in, and then you can have super high quality ray traced real-time animation, basically.
Yeah, basically I was trying to figure out how to do Unreal Engine live streaming, how to set up MOCAP, how to use Live Link, and then I just stumbled upon Pending, who basically just built all of it already. So that's the beauty of this great creator ecosystem, is that there's probably someone who already has done what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's amazing. And if any guys is tuning in and have not checked out the Twitch stream, it's playing up here, and you can check it out and you can see what Pending built. So basically, Cam's clone 1021 is inside the spaceport. You can change the textures, you can change the whole effect of it, and the camera can rotate around. I don't know, it just feels out of this world.
Yeah, and it's doing like facial mocap off my phone. And if I wanted to, I could do like the Rococo suit live streaming into there, which maybe I'll try to set up while we finish this up. But yeah, I put the stream back up. I kind of shut it off, but it's on that Twitch link that Beetle sent.
Yeah. So I think that's about all the questions I have on my side. Sunnyside setup, do you have any thoughts on like how this live real-time VTubing versus recorded will work for the other brands?
I think VTubing is definitely great because a lot of the brands that I work with are talking about doing live selling, especially TikTok live and stuff. So I would love to see if there are any opportunities for us to plug our PFPs into doing some of this live commerce. I'm not sure whether that's too much of a hard sell, but it could be an interesting opportunity for us to explore.
Just maybe one thing that I can add. One of the things that's really cool about motion capture, or just, I guess, just motion data in general, is that where the motion is coming from doesn't actually matter. It could be from a suit, from a webcam, it could be from an AI app. The cool thing is when you actually can replace the motion with AI, for example. So in an upcoming build, which will be public in like free for everyone to use, you're going to be able to plug in a brain, basically edit a brain, and let that drive the animation, the facial animation, the expressions, and the personality of your clone or any other VRM that you have that has the facial blend shapes on them. But it's really cool because then now you could start thinking about, can I do a podcast? Maybe I need a guest. I don't have a guest. I'm going to just use AI, right? And then you could make that, let's say you're having a podcast. Maybe there's people playing the game with a boxing match and you and the AI are commentating on it. That's a long-term dream. But the fact that all of this stuff is converging right now is extremely exciting.
Yeah, I love that. And like, I would love to see how to use this for a music festival I'm actually working on. Like, how can we use some of this motion capture to create some interesting visuals for backdrops? We should chat more, ChemX, like after this.
Yeah, I'm always curious in what everyone is trying to do. So, like I said, I'm just the technology guy that sort of can help provide some consulting on how to get from A to B. So hit me up.
All right, cool. And Martin, do you have anything else with regards to asking Cam more about all this VTubing stuff?
No, I'm just trying to sell some NFTs to get $1,200 to buy my Rococo MOCAP and do silly stuff with my son.
Get in line, man. Get in line.
No, it was really amazing to understand your vision, to see your progress, and to see also, I think, the level of demand and excellence you put. It's really, frankly, super commendable and a great example for all of us. So yeah, I just can't wait to test more a few of the tools you have mentioned. And as you say, I think starting with small steps and doing already the face animation before doing the fingers is a good way to ensure we're not overwhelmed when we are new to this space. But yeah, thanks again. Really super cool insights on the way to build and that specific part about digital identity, which I think makes us all very resonate with what we have today in the CloneX ecosystem.
Yeah, no. Thank you guys for putting this together again. Just another space to highlight people doing really awesome stuff. And I think as long as you stay curious in this space, especially in this community, you'll find people doing really cool stuff. So as always, I appreciate everyone shining a light on those people because they tend to not like go out and out of their way to talk about a lot of it. So it's really cool that you guys continue to do this in a way that hopefully is sustainable and benefits everyone putting the time in. So thank you guys, and I appreciate all the kind, nice things that you guys said.
No, I think Cam is one of the big creators in the Artifact ecosystem that has just built stuff and asked for nothing in return, right? So thank you, Cam, for doing that. And also thank you, Pending, as well, for sharing your expertise today with like how to set up this MOCAP, what's the challenges involved, and what can we expect to see in future. So I think with Artifact, our spaces, right, I think what is very inspiring is that every session, the listeners will get something takeaway, like inspired to do something. So for example, with first episode we had Regis, and he shared more about how to use Blender, and everyone's like, oh, how did clone tools come about? How can I use Blender to do this? With Gacha, he shared more about using Midjourney and how he uses AI generation, right? So I think what you've shared with us today in terms of like possible ways you can use your clones to create content is something we can all start with. So if anyone wants your clone on the Avatar app, hit Cam up. I think he's really busy, but he should be able to squeeze some time to put your clone up.
Yep, I literally can't say no to anyone asking. So if you hit me up, I'll get it done.
Yeah. So thank you all for listening. And next week we will have Yuka. Yuka is a Japanese clone holder, Azuki holder, and she'll share with us more about the Azuki event in Kyoto that went down, and also more about her artwork itself. So shout out for Yuka. Get ready to share more about what you're doing next week. So, and that's all for today. So thank you guys for tuning in. as usual, we'll recap all this within thread and in the article. So I'll share that more when it's up. So thank you guys.
Thank you all. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Beetle. And see you next week, UK. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.